Afternoon, everybody. How we doing? Lovely day. I see everyone is out in the garden. We're going out in the garden. You're deserting me. Oh dear. A bit dark, a bit light, isn't it? The camera. It's a bit light. It's all light. It's better. Too light. Well, what a week. Been fairly busy this week, but slowed down a bit now. I've got a Bush VTR 178 just about finished. So I know I had a request in for this this radio quite some time ago now. I think it was was it back end of last year? It might have been earlier this year, I'm not sure, but I did say I'd get it done at some stage, and today's the day to start it. And I had a little label tied on this radio, which you can see here. I had a little label tied on this with the serial number, which is 192144. So it's quite a late serial number. And in brackets, I've got not working. It looks like I purchased this one off eBay quite some time ago now. But yeah, so it's not working apparently. I'm not sure if that is the case, but it's not working. And in behind, I mean, this is one of the newer versions. You can sort of tell the difference on these. Well, it's pretty obvious, really. The older ones, which are these, have got the block writing on them, and we've got a mesh grill. The newer ones have got the badge up in the corner, and they've got a stripy pressed grill. Both grills are really fragile. Oh, and of course, you've got brights on top of the buttons on these. You've got a blue area behind the dial plate. This one you've just got plain buttons and no blue behind the dial plate. This one probably don't work either. I mean, these are notorious for being non-workers because of the module, which I suspect is what the problem is, but we'll find that out in a bit. And you notice on this one as well that this one is got this transfer on it, which is the British Wireless for the Blind Fund, the property of. That's actually, I mean, it looks a bit beat up, that label, but to be fair, that's, for one of these, that's pretty good condition. Normally they're really beat up. Let's get in a bit closer and you can see that. So I think what I'll probably try and do is I'm going to try and scan that somehow, or maybe photograph it, and in Photoshop I will reproduce it, print it out on some water slide paper and see if I can recreate it. Not necessarily for this radio. The owner might want that taken off, in which case we probably just have to put some water on it, or whether it will come off easily, I don't know. The problem is when it does come off, you probably find that it'll be a lot brighter where it came off. So that's one thing. And the other thing you'll notice with the later versions is they've got a socket in the back here which accepts an external power supply. This is a 9-volt radio, so you'd need Roberts power supply, which I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but I've got one up there, and that just plugs in. I can't remember what the center pin, not negative or positive at the moment, but yeah, so that's the other difference, because the earlier versions haven't got that. Just plain on the back. Apart from that, they're fairly similar in size. In size. This was, the grill is pretty good, but you can see there is, if you look very carefully, I can't see it at this angle, but there are some little tiny dinks on it. I think the worst one is just over here. But really, for a Roberts grill, that is pretty good. Normally they're beaten to hell. It's not a great design, really. But they are good sounding radios. They work very well. There's a very nice tone about them. See, this hasn't got separate bass and treble like the R707. But it's got 3 bands, medium, long and VHF. So FM and AM. Got an AFC button. And we've got a tone button. Now the AFC, I believe this is weird. So the AFC works with the button out. If you push it in, it switches the AFC off. So something to look out for if you think the AFC isn't working properly. It's probably because you got the button in the wrong position. But there you are. That's what we're going to be looking at today. So let me just catch up with the chat. So we've got Simon's World. Just tidying up a hacker consort. Not a great radio, that really. One of Hacker's later ones. I've got a hacker consort here somewhere, I think. That's I think it was Herbert gave me that one. Herbie. But yeah, not great. One of Hacker's last radios. Theo's in. Hi Theo. Chris, all the gear, no idea. Off out in the garden by the looks of it. Chris Milky's in. Hi Chris. Happy Sunday to you. It's Mother's Day today as well. So we're all spoiling your mums. Anthony Carter. Afternoon everybody. You were on the top, were you? When I checked it was Simon, but I didn't load it up until a minute ago. Michael Hyde, hi Michael. David Tags in. Chris has got enforced gardening. Does that mean he's being strapped to the fence or something, and he's got to do it under guard? Phil Taylor, how you doing, Phil? And Moti, hi Moti. Les is in, hi Les. Rob Tiveridge, hi Rob. Benji's about. Also in and out the garden. It's just jumped a big jump now. Stream Elements is in. Hi Robert Head, how are you? Harvey's in. Am I feeling a bit better? Yeah, sort of, Harvey. Yeah, I've just finished my last course of antibiotics, so I'm getting there, mate. Just finished them on Friday, actually. But the thumb is getting better. The thumb is getting better, but it's still very difficult to grip stuff. But it's getting better. Thanks for asking, by the way, Harvey. And Luigi, afternoon to you. It's lovely out there, isn't it? Greetings, Chris. Red one looks in good condition. It is in absolutely stunning condition. I mean, it's shining. It doesn't look like there's any scratching on the grill, the dial plate, which will save me a bit of extra work. I don't know if we can catch the light on the thing now. It's typical, isn't it? When you want the light to catch it, you can't get it. But yeah, there you are. All the knobs really, really shiny. I mean, I bought this one for myself, to be honest. This was my radio. I bought this to restore and keep myself. But like I said in the description, I can't keep them all, and I need to free up some cash. So you know, some of my collection has got to go. You know, that's how it is. We've had our oil. We've had our oil, and it wasn't. Luckily, the price had just started to come down. It was still, I think, 560 quid, which is crazy. Absolutely crazy money, but, you know, that's how it is, unfortunately. Luigi likes the finish details on the red one. Yeah, it does. It's nicer than the black. It stands out well. The mustard one's nice as well, but I think of all the colours, the red one is my favourite. Then probably the dark blue. Then the mustard, and then the least favourite is the black one. But I like them all anyway. I like them all. Afternoon, Rob Cross. Still catching up, still catching up. Weren't Robert centre negative? I thought they were odd. Yeah, I'm not sure on the older ones, Chris. I'm not sure. Carthor, afternoon to you. Yesterday, about 5 minutes after I posted it. Oh, did you, Anthony? We certainly were in there first then. You think that's why they get damaged by external power supplies? These are a bit more robust than the newer ones. Those Arblo R250s, R701s, they get killed for a pastime, but these are a bit more robust than that. There's no ICs in this to get popped. So the worst you can do is probably take out a driver transistor. Did I take the pot apart? Yes, I did, Anthony. So I'm going to show you that in a minute. I think, did I say hello to you, Andy, back? Apologies if I didn't. And Les has got an R600 there as well. I've got quite a few R600s. And of course, I've got my Frankenstein's version, which is over there. I think that's a later black version. But so it might be an earlier one, actually. Yeah, no, it's an earlier one, because one of the problems with the earlier ones is the latching mechanism on the push buttons isn't great. And with time, it does wear and they don't stick down very well. So I think it's time that we got this one powered up. I have got some service info, but strangely enough, Roberts only ever released service info for the early version. So they do differ slightly. You know, they do differ slightly electronically as well. Certainly the later one has got the external power on it, but all I'm going to do now is just connect it up with my bench meter. Bench meter? That's Chris doing his video this morning on meters, look. I'm getting confused. I'm easily confused. Right. So we can't reverse polarity it with this, surely. So if we do it at 9 volts, set the current limit low. Let's see if it does actually work. So these have got a little thumb hole in here. You just pull it down. Out comes the bottom. You can see the serial number there. 192144. So say quite a late set. And if we compare it to this one, what's the serial number on this one? So you can see we've got like a leatherette base on this one. Serial number on this one is 6946. So 6496. And that one's 192,000. 192,144. So quite a late set compared to this one. I don't think I've damaged anything. No. So let's just pop that one. I don't know if this one works. This one's not been restored either. Again, it's pretty good for a early version. Again, I bought this one because it's got a flat grill, which is nigh on impossible to get on one of these. Right. So have I bashed that? I might have just caught that a little bit, but no damage. So let's connect it up. It takes a single PP9. Now I've got down that it's not working, but I might be wrong. It might work. So I think before we do that, I think I need to get a beer cracked. So I'm going to go with this one first, purely because it's cold, and when these warm up, they aren't great. So I'm going with Guinness Zero again. I don't know if anyone's tried this, but good stuff. Gerard, how are you? Hi, Keith. Earlier Roberts such as the RIC2 could be positive center pin. Yeah. It was only the later ones that went a bit weird and went negative center pin. But that, as I say, that tends to be the later sort of R250s, R701s. Basically the ones that use the ICs, whether the ICs need a negative one. Anyway, cheers everybody. It is nice. It's lovely in red, isn't it? Thanks, Benji. So yeah, I have taken the pot apart from last week. You know, we were looking at the... I don't know what I've done with it now. That's the pot, but what I've done with the wiper. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so I have taken this pot apart. This is the one from the DAC 10. And it's very strange, actually. Very strange. if I get the overhead camera, and we'll have a quick look at that before I turn this one on. While it's in my mind. So let me get the overhead camera over and I'll just show you what I found with this. Let's go in a bit closer, closer. Right, yeah. Let me just take this center section back out again. And I can show it to you properly. So this is the inside. Can you see that? That's the track. That's the carbon track. Well, you'd think it's a carbon track, wouldn't you? But it isn't. That seems to be the substrate that the track was painted on. If I go in a bit closer, I need to just brighten that up a little bit. It's a bit dark, isn't it? So if I go in a bit closer, let's find something to point. So can you see around the edge there's this black, what looks like paint? That is the conductive surface. This piece here that the wiper is floating on is not conductive. So let me just demonstrate that a minute if I can. How are we going to do this, Graham? How are we going to do this? We need to get the multimeter in shot, don't we? It's very strange because you wouldn't have thought there's just a really thin surface that's conductive. Very strange. Confused me, but I'm easily confused, aren't I? So let's get it on resistance. So if I go between the two connections, between here and here, we should get the value of the pot, which was 100, was it 150k, something like that? That should be there. But as you can see, it's absolutely open, nothing. So I touch the track, absolutely open. So that track is not conductive. You can see it's like a fibrous material. But if I touch across this black piece here, for example, so if I go there, you'll see I've got resistance. So it looks like it's got a very, I just can't understand that, to be fair. I mean, perhaps I'm doing something wrong, but that's definitely conductive, that black film. But it's very, very thin. I mean, if I go to the track here, nothing. If I go right next door to it there, you know, absolutely nothing. So it's just that black surface that is conductive. It was 500k, is it? I think so, because when I took it apart, Timothy, it was a gooey mess inside. It was an absolute gooey mess inside, and there was nothing there. It was just, it looked like black grease. So yeah, that's out of the DAC 10. Deviating a little bit, but I know I did promise I would pull it apart and have a look. So I mean, my idea is to paint that with some conductive paint and see if I can resurrect it. I've got a couple different conductive paints I can try. I've got conductive glue, which I'm assuming glue is paint, isn't it? But yeah, that's 500k, Anthony said. Yeah, so just that black stuff, but it's really, really thin. I thought these were solid tracks, but it looks literally like it was just something that was painted on. I mean, the wiper is just literally that piece there. That is the wiper. You can see it's gathered all that black muck either side of it. Look, I haven't cleaned that off yet. Yeah, it could be, Theo. I mean, it might be the fact that it just got damp. It might be that it just got damp. Yeah. So there you are. Try checking the solder connections rather than the rivets. We've tried that, Benji. There's absolutely nothing on it. Let's go in the holes, because if you remember originally, this is how we found out it was wrong, because there was no continuity. So I'm in the holes of it now, look. You know, I'm in the solder. Absolutely nothing at all. So it's open, but it was okay where that black stuff was on it. I mean, this is plastic, so this isn't conductive, this piece here. Yeah, very strange. As I say, I have got some conductive glue up here somewhere. Let me just dig that out and I'll show you what I've got that we can have a go at it with. I'm not going to do it now, but I've got a couple things here somewhere. I think it's in this one. I've got lots of different things in different places here, but I'll try and keep all the glues in one place. Yeah, okay, that's one that I've used before. That's made by bearconductive.com, electric paint. I don't know if anyone's... I have used that before and it does work. I've used it on... I've used it on keypads. And I've also touched up conductive traces on other bits and pieces with it as well. I have got some other stuff here somewhere. In fact, I've got probably 3 lots of it, but can I find it when I want it? Yeah, you know. What's this? Thermal adhesive. That's another one. That's Arctic Silver thermal adhesive. So that's a thermal glue. And there was one more that I got from China, I think it was. I don't know where that was gone. It's probably in one of the other bins up there. Similar things, just in a syringe. Ah, there it is. There it is. Yeah, so that one there. Also conductive glue. It says for single-use insulin. But that's that was the one I got from China. So any of those 3 will work. Probably the best one of the 3 would be the electric paint, because that's a little bit runnier. So that's probably the better of the 3. Afternoon, Derek. Hi, Ben Humphreys, how are you? I don't know, Theo. I think if I just put a thin coat on in that area and let it dry and just see, I suppose I could possibly put it on thick and sand it down until I get the right right resistance. I don't know. But if I coat it exactly as it was there, it can't be far off. Although that was a really thin film. And there was, when I originally took it apart, there was a groove all the way around. So it had sort of dug a groove in it. But this surface does look quite flat. So in the week, I'll get that done. I'll get some of that painted on very carefully. And so it says used within 6 months. Well, I've had this a couple years, so we might be out of luck with it, but I have used it fairly recently and it did still work. So there you are. That's a bit of a diversion as usual, bit of deviation. Let's pop that back up out of the way, and we'll crack on and get this R600 powered up, or potentially powered up. I mustn't lose the 2 little tiny washers that came with this. He says, already having lost them. And there we are. Right, back to the main event. Let's say I could have carried on with the DAT10, but really a lot of it now is cosmetic. It's not really, you don't want to see me cleaning Bakelite on the live stream, really. Afternoon prior. The resistive tracks were graphite, weren't they? Could you not use a soft pencil rubbed over the track? Theo said it would become a linear pot instead of a log pot. Yeah, I suppose it would, if because I mean a log pot jumps. I mean, how would they create a log pot back then, though? A soft pencil rubbed over it would possibly work, Rob, but I don't know how long for till it rubbed back off again and stopped working. I assume they make a linear, a logarithmic pot by having different thicknesses of the material as they go around. I don't know. It's a bit beyond me. Right, let's pop it on VHF. Let's put the aerial up. There's a nice straight aerial on this one as well. And it's the original one with the swivel joint. So here goes. Okay, well it's going out on current. I've got the current turned down a bit too low, really. Let's try that again. Was a pop. 40 milliamps, which is a bit much, really. I wouldn't expect it on low volume to be drawing much more than 20, so it does indicate there's a short, and that knob is a little bit close to there. So let's give it a little bit of a. Sometimes it can be the dirty switches. But now absolutely dead. So we have got a pop when we turn it on. It's quite a rush comes in. It cuts into current limit straight away, and then yeah, so it comes on with a bit of a rush and then settles back down to 40 milliamps. So it's definitely got shorted AF117s, I'm sure of it. Oh, it's a thin coating rising to a thick coating. A linear would be the same thickness coating all the way around. So yes, it's almost certainly going to be the module, but we'll have a look. You never know, it might be something else. Derek's saying, how is the Bush DAT10 growing? I expect a wee time for the hedge trimmer to come out to it. Yeah, those knobs and buttons look similar to the Fidelity ones. Possibly. They're sort of a three-piece knob, really. They've got a skirt on them, and they've got a top as well with a plastic body. So if you soak them, you'll find they'll come apart. But let's get it out of the case, and we'll investigate further. So with these, there's 3 screws to undo. One there, and one on the base of the aerial. Looks like it is center pin positive as well, looking at that connection. So I think these older ones were center pin positive. And it's easier to just desolder those and try and get these out. I've unscrewed them before, just so I can power it up, but I've got the battery tab there. So I'm just going to desolder those 3 for now. Of course, it would be easy enough if it was center pin negative to swap it to center pin positive. So let's just zoom in on that a minute. So you can see the center pin, which I believe is that one there, is connected to the red wire, and the black wire is connected to this piece here, which has got an insulating washer in between, and then the green is the switch. So yes, and we could of course check that, couldn't we, using continuity. Let's put it in continuity mode so we can just hear. So that one there connected to the red terminal. So yeah, center pin's positive on these older ones. Right, let's get her apart and have a look inside. Gear, you're from Norway. You're in your shop now working on a Tandberg tuner amplifier Hi-Fi FM. Very nice. Someone did post a picture of one of those that they found in a charity shop. Looked a very nice bit of kit. So say we've got 3 screws to undo. This one here. I've really got to sort this this camera out. I'm going to do a bit more playing about, get the exposure right on it. So yeah, that's got two lock washers on that. So somebody's been in here before potentially. It's not me, because as I say, this has been untouched since I bought it. So that's the aerial. I need to just take the wires off of there. I was going to take a picture of them, but I forgot. And we don't more, so we want the picture. Yeah, Tandberg made very nice. I'm still yet to get my hands on one of those TP41s. I'd love to have one of those to have a play with. Right, let's just unsolder that. Let's get me forceps. So again, looks like these have been off before. There we go, we need that off. We also need to desolder the speaker terminals. They gotta go. And this, I don't know, they just used a generic wire for this, just like cheap speaker wire. Right, so in theory, if we give it a little shove, the circuit board, it should start coming out of the case. And yes, there we are. Let's zoom out a little bit. I'm a bit close. You must be keen, Gear. Is it Gear or Gear? Working on a Sunday. There we go. So that's the case, all out. It's a little roller speaker in there. I think are these 15 ohm? I can't remember now off the top of my head. So let's move that one out of the way. Because you know what I'm like with speakers. I do like to give them a good bashing. Okay, and I think there's a switch in this. I think I've got to have the red and the green connected. So we want to get a test speaker up here, and I do need to make myself a little speaker box at some stage. Let me just have a look, see what the DC resistance is on this one a minute. Let's have a look. It'll tell me on the circuit diagram, I'm sure, but let's have a look. So it's well, it's a 4 ohm speaker according to that. What's this one? 4 ohm, that'll do then. That'll do nicely as a test speaker. So what we're going to do in a minute is we're going to give it a good whacking. But we can get access to the other side of the board now, so we can check all the bits and pieces, see if we've got a signal anywhere, check if the amplifier's working, that sort of thing. Should I just it's easier to just solder that on and clip lead it on. He says. It's going to be one of them days, isn't it? Doesn't like the old solder on this speaker. Let's put some fresh solder on it. Right, I'm pretty sure I've got to have those two connected, but I will double check. Let's connect it back up to the power again. No. Don't you touch that naughty thing. Yeah, there is a switch in there. Is it the green? Which two are connected? You've got one of those, Giovi, very nice radios. I never had to play with one of them. Right, let's have a look which ones were connected. Not that one, not that one. So that was, I think it's the black, is it the black and the green that were connected? Yeah, black and green connected. The black and green is the switch. So if I connect those two, yeah, okay. Just connect those two together a minute then. So now we should come on. Right, yeah, so it's jumping. It's like 150 milliamps, and then it settles down to 4. So we can test the amplifier by just touching the wiper. And we don't appear to have anything. So potentially the amplifier's normally you get a buzz by touching that, or you get a buzz in the speaker. Unless it's just dirty. No. Okay. Interesting. Have we got a dodgy amplifier as well? The output transistors are usually over there. Okay. Yeah, strange. I wonder if the headphone socket's open circuit. Let's get the signal tracer in. So let me just get around about 100. That's just my signal tracer picking up noise. So there's nothing on the input of the volume pot, and I'm not getting any noise by touching the wiper, which normally you would do. Let's turn that noise off a minute. The problem with these is everything goes through that module. So let's give the buttons a squirt a minute first, just to make sure it's not a dirty button. Because these are prone to issues with the switch bank. All of these, the R707 and any that uses this switch button assembly. Yeah, see, that feels very graunchy, the FM button. Try again. Which is a switch in these now. Those two, that's a switch. So let me just put my... Let's see, I've got 50 milliamps now. It's getting worse. So let's try a bit of a tappy tap situation on the beloved module. See if we can get any action that way. Because this is where the dreaded AF... Yeah, that's certainly changing the milliamps. It's gone from 50 down to 40 now. It's very touchy around there. Very touchy. Right. See if that's done anything. No. Still nothing. Okay, it's jumping up to 90 milliamps. I want to touch the module wires. Da, 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 da. Yeah, I don't think this one's gonna play ball. Okay, no, absolutely dead ass. Potentially. Let's, as an example, then we'll have a look at the other one. Let's just pop the other one open a minute. Let's put this one down safely out of the way. Oh, Christ! Everything's coming off the bench now. I think I need some more alcohol-free drink. Cheers, everybody. Let's have a look at this one then. Trouble is I can't get to the what am I trying to say? The volume pot on this one without taking it out of the case, really. Let's make sure that's turned off. I have got a restored one of these somewhere. Don't know where. Let's see if this one works then. Be interesting. Okay, so that's drawing 20 milliamps. Yeah, okay. That one's not going to gain me any knowledge of... I'm pretty sure I haven't done that one, so that's just a bit of luck that one's working, really. So I would have thought we'd have had a bit of noise by touching the wiper of the volume pot. Let me have a think here. Let me have a think. Let's just get, I mean, the other thing it could be an issue is the speakers are totally dead, couldn't it? I mean, that's a possibility. But saying that, I should have got a signal on the tracer, shouldn't I? Just connect that back up again. Check the driver transistor. It could be, Rob, you never know. But so I think we may have more issues here than just the module. It is drawing too much current, and that is down to the module, I'm sure. But we don't seem to have any audio noise. Let's pop the signal generator on then. What should we chuck into it? We want modulation. Let's find me leads. Modulation generator. Now let me have a think. We want just a 1K tone. It's not going to let me do that, is it? Why isn't it going to let me do that? Because it's 1 kilohertz. 3 what are we? What's our amplitude? Let's try to think if I can do this with this one. There we go. 101. Let me just check that this is kicking this out. Right, so yeah. Turn that down. Turn that off. Let's see if we can connect this up to the wiper, which is the ground side, I think. Is that the ground there? I'll just connect to that. Right. Yeah, so we've got nothing coming out of that at all with a signal being injected into it. So there's our signal. And where does it go from there? Across that capacitor there. Up to here. There. Where's it going to from there then? Okay. So that one goes across that capacitor there to there. And it goes to this transistor. So that's so we've got a lock fit down here. Afternoon, Jess, how are you? Let's just get you in a bit closer so you can see what I'm poking around at now. So you can see my signal tracer at the back there. So we've got our signal here, which goes across this capacitor down to this lock fit transistor. And I'm not sure if that's the base, the center, but we've got nothing coming out either side of that one. Where else does that go to? That goes across that. So we're getting nothing across that resistor. Is that because it's a high value resistor? So we'll just turn the power up a bit. No. Let's cut that back down again. Don't want to overdrive it. So don't appear to have anything coming out of this. So this is a BC148. Let me see if I can find out what the pin out is on that. It is useful, isn't it? Oh, Jess. Happy Mother's Day. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's just something I've built myself, Les, from a plan I had years and years ago. But it's probably the most useful bit of kit I got on the bench, really, for fault finding anyway. So let's get the schematic up, which I did have open, but for some reason it's shut back down again, which is strange. Okay, that's not a great picture. I've got a Word document here somewhere that I had open just now. That's disappeared as well. Let's open that back up again then. So there's a decent schematic. This one's sideways on. Okay, maybe it wasn't that then, because that was the I just got the Roberts model list up here because this was produced from 1968 to 1973. So 5-year lifespan. And if you look on the Roberts Radio, the group's I/O, Roberts Radio Group, you'll see a big list of serial numbers in there. So I'm trying to find, I did have a decent schematic up earlier, but I don't know what the hell, where it's gone to now. So we'll have to use this one. But in order to view this one, we're going to have to turn it on its side because the schematic's down here. There we are. Okay. So this is the stage we're looking at the moment, is the output stage. It is the base, that lit. So it looks like we've got nothing coming out of that transistor. So the transistor that I'm looking at in question is that one there, which is near the output stage. It's TR1, I think. Right, I'm just going to quickly have a comfort break and I'll leave you with the schematic there. Take me out of the way. So we've got a signal on the base of TR1 here. Nothing on the collector or the emitter, so that's the dilemma. Sounds like the puppies are going out for a walk. Or Maddie's just going mental. Oh no, she's all saddled up. You all ready, Maddie, for walkies? Mummy's taking them out for a walk. Right, comfort break time. Right. Okay, so I'm injecting here on the wiper. So that signal should be coming through this transistor on the collector at least. Coming out through C18, but could there something could be shorting it out and taking the signal to ground, couldn't it? C18 was shorted. What would that do? Would potentially take it to ground through that route. No, it should go through C18, shouldn't it, onto TR2. So we've got a lot of electrolytics here. We've got C18, C19 and C20. They could all be an issue. But there should be a signal going through TR1. But there isn't. Let's get your chat up. See what your verdict is. Theo sends a wartime civilian radio up for grabs on eBay, 35 quid. That's reasonable for one of those, Theo. Needs working on. Can you hear Maddie? Not checked yet, Steve, the volts. BC148s do go open circuit. Let's have a look, see what we've got on it voltage-wise then. There's no voltage chart on these, I don't think. Sometimes there's a little chart with the voltages on, but I don't think there is on these sets. Let me just see where we are on the camera. Right, okay, so back on there. Let's get the meter in then. Let's just pop that off a minute. Okay, I'll stick it there. So we know the center one is the base, and we have got 0 volts on the base. Let me just double check that. Okay, well, we've got no voltage on it anywhere according to that. There is no voltage on it. So, can it be one of those damn electrolytics? Where's the power coming through? C18. We should have a positive voltage at C18. 9 volts. Or have I just got it connected up? I'm talking to myself again. Let me connect to the battery terminal. Try that again. That's more like it. Okay, so we've got 9 volts on the base. One of these is collector and one's emitter. We've got 9 volts there. And we've got 9 volts there. So we've got 9 volts everywhere. Well, you've got 9 volts on everything. Why is that then? Turn that off. Make sure the voltage is gone. We'll check it for continuity. Okay. Diode check. Got a diode there. Got a diode there. Nothing there. Nothing there. So it's not shorted. According to that, base to collector, base to emitter, we're showing 2 diodes. Let's reverse it. Nothing. Nothing across there, so it's not shorted. Strange. What is going on then? What is going on? Or should I have a diode across the... So I really could do with printing this out, but which is R9. R9 is the center one there. R9 is that one. So that is the emitter. So that's the emitter. That's the emitter. That's a collector. So base to emitter. Diode that way, reverse it, nothing. Base to collector, I've got diode going that way, reverse it, nothing, and collector to emitter, nothing either way. So it looks like it's okay in circuit, I don't know. Recap job, R8 is 6.8K, check that. So R8, let's have a look at R8 then for Steve. R8 is above R5. R5 being this one, R8. here. It's reading 8K. Saying 6.8K, 8K. It's gone high for sure, but what's this one down here reading? 13K, that is R5. So 5 is, according to that, R5 is 82K. Really? Is that a misprint? 17K. R5 should be 82K. The non-transistor end of R8 should go to the battery pin. Battery positive. Which it does. R8 is measuring okay, but R5, according to the circuit, is supposed to be 82K, and it's reading 17, which seems a bit strange. Just check that directly. So this is R5. 17K. I don't know whether that's a misprint. This is the problem with these old schematics. You just never know. Let's have a look. What is it? It looks like grey, red, orange. Is it grey, red, orange? Let's go find me little ready reckoner now. You're all going to tell me what it is before I got a chance to get this out, aren't you? Oh dear. Grey. Red, orange, yeah, 82K that should be. So we've definitely, it might be because it's in parallel with that other one actually. So we just lift a leg on that just to see if that's correct. It should be 82K, but it's reading 17. That would certainly mess the biasing up on that. So I've just heated that up and wrenched it out. So let's see what that's like not in circuit. It's okay in circuit, so that other one was just dragging it down, isn't it? That's on the collector, so what is in parallel with that one then? What is in parallel with R5? R16 really. Hmm. '82. R12, R10 and R9, that transistor's not getting the voltage. It's getting 9 volts though, isn't it, Steve? R12, R10 and R9. That's on the negative side. So Steve is looking at this area here. R12 is on the 9 volt negative rail, as is R10 and R9. So let's check those. Let me find those. I could have done with printing this out really. I've got loads of these printed somewhere, but Typical, I decided not to print one. So let's just find out whether on the board these are. So R12 is above those two capacitors. In behind there. R10 and R9. R12, R10 and R9 are those two. Okay, I know where they are. Right. So R12 is this one. There. Two. There. Where's that one too then? I don't know if I can measure on the top of the board. Try. $330 ohms. That was R12, and that should be 330 ohms, so that one's right. So R10 and R9 are these. So we've got, that one's R10 I believe, 1.9K, 2.2K, not far off. And the other one was R9, which is the center one, which should be 560 ohms. So let's check that one. So that's this one. I think I've already checked this one actually. 680, that's gone a bit high. But that's not going to stop the voltage going through, surely. We've certainly got none open there, if that's what you were after, Steve. It's a mystery. Fat Tony, how you doing, mate? Have you listed C24? No, I haven't started playing with the capacitors yet, Steve. C24, huh? 200 microfarads. C24 is straight across positive and negative. It's got to be one of that bank of three in it. Where are you? C24 is the big one across. Two big ones is the one directly behind. Oh, it's that one there, okay. I mean, we can check it on this meter. This one ain't great, really, but it'll give us an idea. I believe it's there. You're not going to test it, are you? It's not great, this meter, on electrolytics. Let's get the ODSR meter out. See if we can get a reading across this one. Let's make sure there's no voltage in it first. I believe it's that one to that one. In circuit leaky, but ESR is 0.7, so it's not mental. I'll have to take it out to check it. Let's have a quick visual over this a minute. See if there's anything, because these resistors are a pain in the neck. These carbon ones with the crimped on ends, they go for a pastime. See, that one's had a bit of a whack at the back there, but it looks okay. Interesting. Let's get the chat up. Chat up. GT Jeff, how you doing, mate? Look on this, make sure we've got, yeah, there. We've got continuity. Let's go. What? The cat will be joined together. Just checking the headphone socket a minute. Is the ground floating on this thing? It's got to be ground there, isn't it? So I'm just having a poke around at the moment. It does sort of look like we've got no ground here. I wonder if it's because I've got that. Let me just put that resistor back in a minute. So I just popped that one out, didn't I, for a play? Yes. Switch is okay. It's drawing current, Steve, so something must be going through the switch. Here's me thinking it was a nice simple module job. Well, not simple. A nice difficult module job. Oh dear. Let's put that one back in there a minute. Right, let me just check that again. So that should be ground there, shouldn't it? Where's that? Am I looking at the wrong side? Have that open now. That's better. That's ground. Well, according to that, the headphone socket is all shorted to ground. What? So it looks like something is grounding out the signal somewhere. The volume pot, sorry, the switches were volume pot. The switch is working okay. Let's just double check that for you. So, let's get the meter so you can see what I'm doing as well. Because I'm keeping it all secret, aren't I? You can't see any of it. You cannot see it. Right, switch. I say there's no power on at the moment. Power's all switched off. So the switch was a double switch on these. The first one, if I can get the probes in here, because it's a pain in the neck to get in on these. That's one connection. That's the other. So we're reading about 3.4K on the switch. It's difficult to hold it in position here. So let's just open it. There we go. And closed. So yeah, the switch is working fine. But what I was looking at, if I connect to the negative terminal here, and I'm going to go up to the headphone socket here. So this is the ground terminal on the headphone socket. Hang on, let's turn it on. So this is the negative terminal. So you'd expect that to be a short, which it is. So here's the audio, also a short, and the switch in it, also a short. So for some reason, all three terminals on the headphone socket are grounded. So let's go back to the screen again then. Screen capture. So let me think. That one obviously is ground. But that one I should be across the loudspeaker, so that could be R21, C23. So I'm just trying to work out why. I know that one should be ground, but that one should... We'll get the resistance of the speaker on that one to ground, which I haven't got. And that one's showing ground, which is R21. What's R21? Should be 330. Let's just check R21 a minute. Where's R21? R21 is... R21. C1. Where's R21? Oh, there, okay, he's in between two capacitors there, going upwards there, okay. Just going to have a look in there because that's very close to the okay, that's touching the pot there. I just wonder if that's the problem. Let me just bend that out of the way. So that was touching that. Should that have been touching that? I don't know. Let's see if that's changed anything. So I had a short there. Let me just get you back to the... So R21 was touching the terminal of the volume pot. Not terminal, it was touching the on-off switch, so I mean technically it's connected to that anyway, so it shouldn't make any difference, but you never know. You just never know. See if that's made any difference just moving that away. So that should be ground. Ah, okay, we've now got our 4.5 ohms. Ah, I think that might have been it. I take it you're on my camera now, aren't you? Yeah, so if we check it now, look, that's ground. But we've now got our speaker. So that was shorted. Naughty. Try that again then. Okay. So you can hear the pop in the speaker there. So let's stick our signal generator on it again. See if that's brought the audio back. No, it hasn't. Oh dear. Let me just check. Has that killed something though by it being shorted, I wonder? We're still getting no signal through T1 for some reason. Nothing from there, so it's there, there. Okay, it's going in there, out there, down to there. Across that one. Just shut that up a minute. Well, we definitely had a short there, but still nothing. Let's just... Hmm. Wow. Hi Val dear, how are you? So I've got my head on. Whew. What voltage should I be getting there then, Rob? Just think if that was grounded. So we're a little bit further, but I don't know if that being shorted has caused any problems, but these switch banks are really bad. Something else is dragging the signal down there somewhere. You know, I'm tempted to think it is actually that transistor, but it does seem to be working on paper. So we know that that is ground there. We know that's ground. So let's have a look at that transistor now that we've removed that short. 9, 9. So why have we got 9 volts on all 3 terminals of that transistor? That's never right. Something somewhere is shorted, which is pulling the signal down to ground. Now where is it? Where is it? See, the problem with these is the driver and the actual transistor is really difficult to get into. I'm going to stick a bit of tape over this connector here a minute, because I'm very conscious that that is pretty close to the speaker there, and it's going to short out, isn't it? Guaranteed. I mean, it'd be nice to get the amplifier side of it running. Is the module shorts pulling it down? Because there, I'm a bit happier with that now. That can't short anywhere. So let's go back to that circuit diagram then. So this one here, see, it's not really, R12 was the one that was shorted to the switch, but that's not going to be a problem really unless it took R12 out of the circuit by shorting it. RV2 is for the, is that midpoint voltage? Let's see if I can check some more of these transistors a minute. Let's just take that off. Let's check the driver, which I believe is that little monkey down. Oh, is it that one back there? There's two in here. It's a pre-driver and a driver. Let's pull this out. So I'm just going. Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's get this one out of the way. Right, so one of the drivers is down here, and we got two. We got another lock fit. These lock fits are not great, are they? So that one is in there. Let me just check that lock fit there a minute. Can you see? Yeah, you can see that. So I'm in diode mode. So where are we? So that's the base there. Base. Okay. I should be getting... Oh, hang on. No, let's try that again. I should be getting a diode there and a diode there, which I am. Other way round. Other way around, nothing, and those two there shouldn't be. Yeah, that should be... One's okay. So we've got another one tucked down in here. This is one of these now. Where the hell is that? I think that's that one. That one. I'm not sure which one's base on this one. A diode there, diode there. Oh, hang on. Got a short there. We have a short on that one, which is... Let's have a look. TR3. So TR3 is this one, which looks like it's the pre-driver, TR3. We've got a short between two of these. Should we have a short there? Not unless R15, TR3. The problem is you can't see which is which on this one because it's so flat to the board. So the red dot, is that the collector? I don't even know what transistor that one is. Let's have a look. TR3. What is TR3? You going to tell us what TR3 is? Oh, we've got voltages, look. Dear oh dear. So TR3 is an AC128. AC128. So what is the red dot on the AC128 then? Let's see. Doesn't say. Does that mark the collector or the emitter? I'm really not sure. Just trying to see if I can work it out because it's so tight to the board. Okay, well let's pop that one out and test it because it's it's impossible to get the probes in on the top of the board. So if I remember that the red dot is facing the greeny coloured capacitor. Let's turn the desoldering tool on. That one shouldn't be shorted as far as I'm aware. Unless, of course, the output TR5 is shorted, but let's catch up with the chat. C19, check the voltages on TR1 again. I did check the TR1's showing 9 volts all the way around, Steve. 9 volts all around T1. Yeah, shouldn't have 9 volts on all the pins. Something's keeping TR1 switched on. Yeah, I think it's this one shorted, but let's get it out and have a look. Let's turn my signal generator off a minute. This noise does your head in, doesn't it, eventually? I'll tell you what, this could be a 3-beer stream and beyond. It could be three beer and beyond. How are you all doing anyway? Are we enjoying it so far? Well, it certainly doesn't appear to be shorted TR1 or T1. But T3 does appear to be shorted between two of the legs, but not necessarily that one. It could be one of the outputs shorted. If we pull that one out, that should be able to get that on the component tester and find out. Just waiting for the desoldering tool to heat up, and it has done by the looks of it. Let's see if I can get this one out then. It's really in tight down here. So it is in here. I don't know which leg is which. So you don't want to dwell too long on these, because you'll kill the transistor anyway. And these boards are not great. Right, are you going to come loose now? Where's my eyes? Where's my eyes gone? Thank you, Rob. Cup of tea while I'm at it. Yeah, it's alcohol-free beer, Steve. So I'm good. I do like a cup of tea with me lunch. Right, okay, that's disconnected. Let's pull him out, just remembering which way round is which. Okay, so the one with the red dot, it might well have been reverse polarities. I mean, it doesn't matter if it was. I have got replacement transistors, but they are not cheap. So let's have a look. That is that way round. So the collector is the red dot. Okay. Let's get the transistor tester out. See if this one is in fact shorted. Where are we? There we are. Zoom out a bit. I've got that upside down, am I? That ain't gonna help it. There we go. Chris, thank you, mate. Right, let's have a look. Is our AC128 shorted across the collector and emitter, I believe, is what it was in circuit, but it could be, as I say, something else dragging it down. So no, it's not that. Okay, right. That is out of circuit and still working. HFE 73, which is about right. These aren't got great HFE. Right, so why was that shorted then? Let me just check the terminals again then. I might be cracking up, of course, you just never know, do you? I'm in the way, aren't I? So we were on diode test, weren't we? And going across these two, still shorted, look. What is across those two then that would be shorting it out? Why would those two? So that's across the... Let me just double check that. Floor Flyer, how are you, mate? You've just acquired an RCM1. Yeah, I've got one of those as my bedside radio, actually, Floor. That is my bedside radio. I have put the time right on it this morning as well. Let's go back to the circuit diagram then. So with this one out of circuit, I've got a short between these two terminals. So is that telling me that TR5 is short circuit? Or should I get... So if we eliminate that one from that circuit diagram altogether, I've got two open-ended terminals, one connected to the positive and the other one connected to the base of TR5, also to the emitter of TR4. But if I've got a path through TR5 through the collector, that would give me that short, wouldn't it? I'm going to have to go to Lou again. Oh dear, this blimmin' infection ain't gone away yet, has it? Have a look at the circuit then and see what you think. Could be trying to locate a fault that's not there again, of course, but something's not right. Coming back. So I think definitely TR5 is the next one to look at. Timothy, thank you very much. So, Floor Flyer, you're saying about your RCM1, it's like new except the clock and the radio clear windows are a bit dusty, it's bugging me. You remove 2 crosshair screws from the back. It doesn't want to come off, I don't want to force it. They're a pain in the neck to get the backs off of those. Unfortunately, what happens is they get damp and they warp, and they're sod to get off. Leave that with me, Floor, and I'll contact you on email about that. It will come off, but they warp and they jam. So I'm thinking that some TR5 might have a short from base to collector. If that was the case, that would give us our short across TR3, wouldn't it? So let's check TR5 next then in the circuit. In the circuit? In the radio. Where's the goats gone? We need a goatage, I think. I should think so. I've been making a few mistakes so far today. Right, thank you. So I already checked, I checked this one, didn't I? That one's okay. So where is TR5? Where is Mr. TR5? TR5 is the next one up, which is just in there, I believe. Hang on then. We've got a short that way. We've got a short on that one potentially as well. Right, this is going to get a bit tricky now because we've got both of these on a heat sink. Thanks, Fat Tony! Always clearer when you're black. You definitely are. I totally agree with that. So let's get a bit of order here. How you keeping, Tony, anyway, mate? Where are we? Come on, Graham. Sort your camera out, for God's sake. Right. Yeah. Okay. So you can see TR5 is one on the heat sink here. So what I'm going to have to do is pop the heatsink off in order to get it could have tin whiskers. I mean, these are known. It's not that common, but they are known to have tin whiskers from time to time. Sometimes just disconnecting the shield. Sorry, disconnecting the can from the body will clear a short. So let's just disconnect that, just push that to one side. So let me see if we've still got that short. No, we haven't. Interesting. So we may have whiskers on one of those two. So let's just push that back onto the thing again. Let's try that with it connected to the ground. If I can get my probes in here. What's going on here? Yes, we have a whiskery situation. Right, he's got to come out. They've both got to come out, really. We've both got to come out, so both the outputs need to come out next. We've also got a driver up there as well, which I haven't looked at yet. but I believe that that is shorted to the these are horrible to get out because you've got all these blimmin' wires in the way here. I believe that was connected to the headphone socket. Okay, let's just desolder this a minute as best I can. So we've got one there. One there. So one of these has got whiskers, if not both of them. Come on. So the very last one would be tucked right into there, right into the ground. So I'm going to have to pull that one, I think. Can't really get anything in there. Hopefully you can see what I'm doing. I've not even got the living the dream. Anonymous, thank you very much. I'm living the dream. Yeah, I'm on it, Steve. I'm on it. So TR4 will be our next hit. I'm pulling out TR5 and TR6 at the moment, which are both connected to that heatsink. And certainly touching that heatsink to the chassis is causing that short. So one of them's poorly. The problem is this wire here. So this is a lot more in depth than I thought it was going to be today. So this is a bizarre wire. Right, okay, so that one joins the headphone socket and the thingy bobs. If I got that out of the way, I should now be able to go in and desolder that one. Are you gonna just that one hold in? Right, let's pull that one out. Just got to straighten the legs up first. Hopefully you can see where I am here. Yeah, you're in shot. It makes a change. You know, I do try, people. I do try, honest. Honest, I do. Right. So I'm just bending the legs back so as they'll come out the holes, that's all. So they've done like I will do, and they bent them all down once they put them in. Just using this sort of imitation dental tool. So this should now, being the operative word, pop out. Come on. Notice that damn one up there holding it in still, I think. There she blows. Where am I? There we are. Ooh-ah. Whee. Let's have a look then. Derek, thank you, mate. You were a non today. Very nice. Thank you, Ben. You were a non. Let's go to this camera. Not sort that one out today, but you know, near enough. Right. Let's have a look. See if we've got any shorts on these then. So, as per the AF117, there should be no connection to the CAN from any of these leads. Okay, it's going to be awkward again, isn't it? So let's get it round there and up there. Right. Rich A, thank you, Rich. We're getting there, people. We're getting to the nitty gritty. I mean, the module is going to have to come out regardless of whether it's any good or not, because if it's still working, it won't be for long, and I certainly wouldn't be able to guarantee the set without it. Right, so I'm going to touch the can of, well, the heat sink of this. I'm going to go to these wires, so this should remain OL. There should be no reading at all. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay, that one's okay. This one? Oh, damn. Right, here we go. Nothing. 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 Bizarre. Let's make sure the meter's working. Yeah. Well, it's certainly... What is going on? Right, let's stick it in diode mode and we'll just check these out then, see if we got... So we've got a diode there, got a diode there. 0.14? That doesn't seem right. .17. Well, they are checking out. Let's just put it on the transistor tester. This is a mystery because I mean, I don't know. I'm speculating at the moment, but I have had it before where they've been really noisy connected to the shield, and when you take them off the shield, they're fine. So let's test the transistor. Fine, 248 HFE. No problems there. If you can see that or not, but let me just get you in a bit closer. I forgot which one I've tested now. Let me just do that again. So let's test this one. So one was 248 HFE. What's this one? Is this the same one? $253, that could be the same one, just so I've had my hand on it. Putting your hand on a germanium transistor, it will increase. Well, we'll alter the readings. So let's try this other one. Oh, that's got an HFE of 10. That's not good. Let's just have a look what the leakage is on it. 0.185. That's not massive for germanium. 10 is low though. That's an AC187. Let me just rearrange the leads and check that again. No. I'm sure it shouldn't be that low. Have I got an AC187, I wonder? I don't know. I've got 128s and 176s, so 187. Here we go. So here's another AC187. I scared him, yeah. So I'm sure that HFE should be up around 100. It shouldn't be that low, I'm sure, but I'm not convinced. So let's check this one. So this is a new old stock, so you never know. $142. $142. I mean, these should be a matched pair, really. And the other one was 200 odd, wasn't it? But are they matched as HFE? So what's the leakage on that one? 0.196, and not much difference. I've got some more here, so let's check some more. See if we can get one with a bit higher gain. I mean, you've got to bias them with the amplifier adjustments, but $180. So that was a bit better. What's this one? Phoenix, good afternoon. Ah, 235. 235. Now, what was that other one? $240. We've got a match. I think that one's going to have to come out, and we'll pop this one in. That's one issue, but that's an expensive repair, really, because these ain't cheap, I'll tell you that. These ain't cheap. If anyone wants to look up an AC187 and see what the price of these is. So I'm just using a screwdriver to pry the copper piece. Pop that out. Pop our new one in. Pop him back on. There we go. Right, so we're ready to go with that one. Let's pop those two back in there. Brett, how you doing, mate? You couldn't resist a bit of R600 action. We've certainly got plenty of action here, mate. So that one is gone. It's been killed by something. It's just dragged it down to low HFE, but So the next one we need to check is this one in here. So let's get the multimeter in on diode mode, and we'll just check this one here. This is the last transistor. This is... Good to see you, Brett. Anyway, mate, how you doing? Not seen you for a while. This is TR4. TR4 is the driver. It looks like a 127, but TR4. Oh, it's an OC44 or 45. Again, another rare transistor. Let's just have a look at the pinout on that one. TR4 coloured spot is the collector. Okay, so that's a collector. Collector is there. So we've got the base should be there. So what we've got there to there. We've got a diode, and there to there we should have one. Yes, we have. Reverse them, should have nothing. We've got a bit there. There, and there should be nothing across those two. It's still showing a diode. Okay, I think that's worth pulling that one, just to have a look. That's showing diodes all around. It shouldn't be. Let's ev it out. Where am I? There, somewhere. So TR4 is the driver. This has got RV3 on it, so this is where you adjust the quiescent current, I believe. RV2 looks like the midpoint one. I might be wrong, I'm no expert. Well, sort of. So I'm going to pop this one out for a check as well, because it is measuring diodes all around. I don't think it should be, but it is. It is a germanium special, really. Right, just got to remember which way the round that is. So the collector is at the top with the spot. Spot at the top. Just get this one out. If we want an OC44 or an OC45, I could be in trouble. I've got a CV7003, which will do. Let's grab that. Very gently, because it's glass cased. It's just down in here. Just in there, a little black one. And what is it? It is an oh, it's not even marked. It just says T7. Interesting. This is one of these generic ones. That is interesting, actually, because they're like they've got a bit of a cult status, these weird and wonderful transistors. Let me just get to my camera so we can see. Yeah, look. It just says T7. Absolutely no transistor marking on it whatsoever. So it should be an OC44 or an OC45. Strange. Busy trimming the greenhouse. £1.70, that's not bad, Rob. £7.20 in Cricklewood, yeah. No surprise there, but then Cricklewood do carry a lot of stuff that can really get you out the lurch, so sometimes it's worth paying for. The AC187s on eBay, are they the Mallard type ones, Rob, or are they the German ones with the skinny body? The German ones will not fit in the heatsink. That's the problem with those, unless you buy the ones that have got the heatsink already on them, if you know what I mean. Right, let's have a look at this one then. Is this one going to be right? Licorice Torpedo. Stream Elements. He only comes on every 15-20 minutes, Brett, so don't you worry about Mr. Stream Elements. He's all right. Just gives people that haven't got the facility to do super chats, it just lets them do a payment through PayPal, that's all, if they wanted to do a tip. So let's check this one then, the elusive T7. Let's hit the button. Fine. HFE of 100, no issues with that one whatsoever. So the only one that I can see being a problem was that one. But it's strange that that with it connected to the, what am I trying to say? With it connected to the case, it was showing a short. Interesting. Right, let's just pop that one back in then. I'll tell you what, I can't flip and get in these things, especially with dodgy fingers. Ow. Right. So I think we're making progress. I'm hoping now that we're going to have a working set, but you never know. Not a working set, but a working amplifier, so to speak. Four Mallards for $7.99. That's not bad though, Rob, really. I mean, it's a lot of money for a transistor, but end of the day, you can't get these things anymore. They don't make them, so you're buying new old stock, and sooner or later there will be none left. I'm not really one for buying them up in bulk. I tend to buy them in pretty much as I need them, usually with a couple spares, because otherwise if you buy them all, there'd be none for anybody else. So it is best to just buy what you need and leave the rest for someone else to fix a radio. So let's just pop this one back in. I do want to just check, make sure that short has gone. Let's make sure that short has gone. You can just about see that. So the short originally was across these two, and that is definitely gone now. Just put it on that. That's definitely gone. So our short has gone. It's going to be interesting to pop these back in. I'm going to do it without the heatsink connected to start with, and I'm going to connect the heatsink and see what happens. So is there anything else that would have dragged this down to cause that transistor to fail? And it could well be some of these capacitors here. I've had these go short before, these bigger ones. So we've got 680 there. We've got 680 there. Let's just have a look at these on the ESR meter a minute, as well as we can. Ganesh, how you doing? I meant to say hello to Colin Pamplin as well. Hello, Colin. Right. Let's have a look at some of these capacitors. See if we've got any howlers. So I think we've got one in. Is it there? So that one should be 680. It's reading 1,000. Right, we've got a 470 there across. Now this one's in circuit leaky. Well, it is in circuit, but it's not very high ESR. We've already checked that one, but we'll check it again. Now we've got some components out of circuit. 5.2. This one down here. Got 6.4. I mean, these are in circuit, so they're saying in circuit or leaky, but at the end of the day, we're looking for high ESR really. So that's 17.9. What's that compared to? That's a 15 by the looks of it. So, yeah, they're not that bad, I don't think. I mean, they'll all have to be changed, but I'm just looking for something that might be causing an issue. One that's shorted, perhaps. Oh, hello. No, that's the wrong way, so it's there to there. Okay. That was wrong, so let's try that again. One here. No problemo. No, I don't think there's a problem with any of those caps. Well, I say problem, there's no major problem with any of those caps. So I think we can safely put those transistors back in. I think I need to get some more liquid in me. So I'm going to go with our Italian friends, Birra Moretti. Birra, is that how you pronounce it? Birra Moretti Zero. It's no. In the Fat Tony glass. Purity. I have got some alcohol here. That's my last one. I've got a Hobgoblin Ruby. So that one's going to go down my neck last. But we're on the 0 at the moment. I promised my nurse, my diabetic nurse, that I would cut right down. She said don't stop, but cut down. So that's what I'm doing. Paulie, spot the loony transistor. Welcome, Paulie. Yeah, I think it's that that one that's gone very low HFE. That's nice. It was cooler than that, but it's been up here, so. Right, let's pop these back in then and see how we get on. Your Italian restaurant sells that. If in doubt, swap them out. Yeah. At this stage, Tony, we're in for a module for sure, but it may be that once this goes back in, the module might come to life. It'd be nice, wouldn't it? See if I can get this in. These are a pain in the neck to get back in. I have to do a bit of leg tweaking here. And people don't like capacitor changing, but end of the day, this is my radio at the moment, but it's potentially being sold. So There's no way I'm going to sell it on without doing those electrolytics, because it will bounce back and bite me in the backside, either by a capacitor failing and taking a transistor out, or the set just not working. And certainly we've got the module. If the module works, it's still not going to go out with that module in it. It's going to be, well, it's going to go out with that module in it, but it will have new transistors and new capacitors in it. If it was just for me, I would just zap them and put it back together, because if it happens again in a few years' time, I can just zap them again. Right, this is the tricky bit, is getting this one in. It's either going to go well or not. So I've got the first one in because that's got nice long legs, but this other one's the original. It's got stumpy little legs. Can I get in there to get it? Can I? How? Come on. You know you want to. Be good. Be nice. Oh, phew. Yes, I think. Yes, he's in. He's in. Right. Let's just get the don't kill me. Don't kill me, speaker. So, where's the hole? Holy. Get down there. Oh dear. These are not easy to work on. They really aren't. So if you want a beginner set to work on, stay away from these and R707s and R500s. So I've got to put that back in initially to just align the transistors properly. Till I solder them, then I'm going to disconnect that again. Okay. And R700, yeah, you're right, Steve. Well, R700 or 500 uses the same module, those little skinny things that you've got a hell of a job getting in between the IF cans. I think the R303 uses a module. The R606 uses 2 or 3 modules in that one, I think. Dynatron love a module. They love a module. Dynatron love a good module. So a lot of the Dynatron sets have got modules in it. Let's bend those pins down. I might regret this because I might have to take them out. I might have to do this. I'm not going to bend those actually because I might have to take that one out again. But this one should be okay. So my soldering iron's set at 350. I'm in and out pretty quick because you don't want to dwell too long on these. I've never had a problem personally, but it's always a first time. Right, let's snip the legs off of that one. So I need to put the AC 128 back in. If I remember rightly, the red spot went towards that. Hang on, that's the AC 187. We don't want to put that one in there. We do not want to put that one in, so it went that way round. The dicky legs. Are you going to be nice to me and just go in there? I can't get my fingers, literally can't get your fingers in there, that's the trouble. Especially since I can't grip very well at the moment. Doug, how you doing, mate? Red spot to green capacitor, thank you. RT8s use them, yeah. And the Danset radiograms, yeah. Yeah, I did that Danset radiogram module for... No, it wasn't Danset, it was HMV, wasn't it? Okay, that's typical. That one wants to bend out there like that. Let's try that. Go on, go in. Please, go on, go in. Be nice. Has that gone in? It's actually gone in. Right, let's get that one soldered in. We've got to solder this wire back on. This is going to be a pain in the backside if it doesn't work again, because it means I've got to pull all this apart again, and this is a pain. This wire here. Oh, hello, what's that? I've just knocked all over the floor. That's all the screws and capacitors from another set I'm working on. That's great. Excellent. So pleased. Right, okay, let's do this in 2 hits. So what happens with this wire, it's soldered to the board, and then it's left long, and the leg of it comes back around itself and solders up to the headphone socket. This has got to come off again in a minute, so it's a real pain. I've got to put it on, but it's all a pain. So yeah, you really don't want to be messing with one of these as a beginner set. Get yourself a hacker, really. Get yourself a hacker. Nice Hacker Hunter, something like that. Really nice sounding radio. Fairly straightforward to work on. And no modules to worry about. Try and avoid the older hackers if you can, like the Sovereign RP18, the Herald RP30 and all its variants. Right, I think, just connect that back up to make sure, just in case that does form a ground. Is that a ground or not? No, it doesn't matter. Right, we're ready to give it a go. Do you think this is going to work now? Do you think we're going to work now? Let's have a vote. Audio problem? I've got an audio problem. No. Let's clear some stuff out of the way here. Save us shorting anything out. See, now I thought we'd be ripping the module out today and we'd be digging into that by now, but obviously not. Right, back in business. Let's pop the generator on because I still don't think we've got any IF, but we could be one step further on. Getting ready for me hobgoblin. DAC 90A. Yeah. I can hear hammering. I always worry when I hear hammering that Mrs. Cruncher might have got the hammer out. Doesn't look like Mrs. Cruncher got the hammer out, so I'm safe. Hammer time. Uh-oh, here comes the hammer. It will work, Robert. Let's think so. Why avoid the older radios? Because they're full of AF117s, Harvey. Especially the RP18 is a nightmare. That's got 8 in it, I think. 7 or 8? I can't remember now. It's got a load of them. It's got all the IF section on FM has got AF117s in it. And I think the AM section has got AF114s, or the other way around. But it's got about 6 or 7 or 8 of them in there. So as a beginner, you want to try and steer clear of those. Sovereign 2's a nice set. Lock fits in that, so no problems there. It's just really the stuff with the AF117s in. If you just want a set that you can clean up and have a tinker with, that's what I'm thinking more of, Harvey. Bit of a set that's nice and straightforward. I think Rob's got a Roberts Rambler coming, but you've got to bear in mind any radios like that, you need to make sure that you've got all the bits. There's no bits missing. Because if you've got it's like if you've got a hacker and you've got a rear grille missing, you're in trouble. If you've got any of the brights missing, you're in trouble. If the aerial's missing, you're in trouble because you can't get any of that stuff. And a lot of the stuff that you can botch up to fit just doesn't look right. Right, here we go, fire in the hole. We're on FM, we've got no aerial connected at the moment. Yes, we have. We've got a bit of an aerial, so we should get a signal. Power on. Still nothing. Let's connect up the signal generator and see if we get anything through the no, nothing going through there. Still no signal. Let's just check that we've got a signal with the... Actually, not sure which side is ground on that pot. Let me just have a quick look, see if I can work out which side is ground on that pot and connect the signal generator across the pot rather than... $10K. Oh. Yeah, that's the ground there. Saying that, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Why am I not getting anything now? So I should be able to connect there and there. That's right, okay. Let's turn that down a little bit. Still nothing out. Okay, let's see if we're still shorted. Well, actually, I don't think I had it switched on then, did I? Try again. Yeah, I must have done. I must have done. Well, the consumption's gone down. So I can hear noise in the speaker now when I touch that. What is stopping that signal getting through then? It's not the headphone socket. I've only got it as far as the base of TR1. I reckon TR1's knackered, you know. I reckon TR1 is knackered as well. Transoceanic. Very nice, Steve. Jim, how you doing, mate? You've been giving me a few plugs on the Facebook group page. All right. Oh, the chap in Israel. Yes, I didn't see that. That's Nathan or Natan. That's Natan that I did the 2001D for. All the way over in Israel. You're right. Thanks very much, Jim. You like the size of the ferrites. Rich A, hammer equals micro adjuster is for Mrs. Cruncher. She had a hammer, she'd hammer everything, mate. Hacker cases dropped to bits more than Roberts. Yeah, it's a bit chalk and cheese though, isn't it, Brett? Winter Mule, good afternoon. How did you make or buy, or did you make or buy the signal, Jenny? The signal generator is a massive. I've got a massive, great Stabalock signal generator over here, but the signal tracer, this one I actually made. That's homebrew. So what I want to try is I want to take that heatsink off again, just to see if that other transistor's knackered, and I've got to change both of them. So let's pop that one out. Oh, actually, no. What I was going to try was we're going to see if we still had that short there, which was across. We've got 90 ohms. Okay, so it looks like we've lost our short now. Do we need to be turned on mode for that? So we'll try that again. Yeah, because before we had a dead short across these two, wasn't it? That's gone now, our short there. But doesn't mean to say that this isn't still causing us some problems. So let's just pop that out again. I'm just going to move the heatsink away from the body of the radio. Let's try that again. Still nothing. It's not the... Hang on, something sprang into life then. It could be the module pulling it down, see? It looks a bit Heath Robinson me bashing it, but trust me, if it's got tin whiskers on it, it will come on. No. No. We've definitely got amplifier action there now, though. But I still suspected TR1 being an issue, so let's pop that one out and have a look. Tony, can you power up just the amplifier? So I'm what am I trying to say? I'm actually putting a signal in the wiper of the volume pot. So really, I am sort of going in. Well, not powering it up, I don't suppose. I'm putting a signal in, but it could be the module pulling it down now. I can't remember off the top of my head. Strange that I've got a signal to TR1 base, but nothing coming out of it. And it is a lock fit, so it's fair game. They bent the legs over nice as well. Get off. Oh, you little monkey. Come on, out you come. As I say, you cannot dwell too long on these because the pads lift. Yaz, how are you, mate? You've checked them, Steve. They were all 9 volts, weren't they? Is it audio at the volume control and at the end of the IF strip? No, there's no audio at the volume control, Harvey. Let's test this one a minute. Bear with me. I'm testing this lock fit. Some of these gold-plated ones are very nice, but lock fits are not nice. They're better than AF117s, mind you, but they do fail. This one's going to be good, isn't it? It's good. It's good. Timothy, good thing the hackers can take just the amplifier. Yeah, you're dead right. I mean, the hackers are very modular. They're very well made. Money no object by the looks of it. Probably why they never lasted, but well, they had lots of problems, didn't they? So that one's okay. It's not that. It's no that one. We've checked that resistor, that's fine. We've got, what else have we got here that would be dragging it down? I think personally it's the module is dragging it down, but I would have thought we could have got a signal through the amplifier without the module, because the module is before the amplifier. But certainly it was showing signs of life when I tapped it, wasn't it? So we've been through all the transistors in the output stage. Oh, apart from that BC148 there, all the rest have been out. So let's pull that one as well, just to make doubly sure. Although this one was shown all right on the diode test, but I didn't test it for voltage. Well, so you can't get your fingers in here, this is the problem. There we are. Let's pop this one out, then we've tested all the transistors in the output stage. So we should be able to rule them out really. Lock fits, they go noisy, so if you've got a noisy amplifier, then it's a lock fit, or they just fail. And if they fail, they're just dead. I mean, let's get him out. Come on. It doesn't want to come out. There we go. Let's check this one as well. Then we've done all the amplifier transistors, and we can rule that out. Oh, not since I cleared the short. I see what you're saying, Steve. Yeah, no worries, mate. We'll check that again in a minute. I'm just checking this transistor now, which is TR4, is it? Is it TR4? No. It's not TR4. It is TR3. No, TR2, sorry. TR2, which is the next one on from TR1. So that should get a signal from TR1. It's going through C18, so C18 could be a problem, but I've tested those. Here we go then. Fine. Right, okay, we're running out of ideas. I'm not sure. Is it the module that's dragging it down? I can disconnect the power supply from the module. Trying to think. If I disconnect the live supply to the module, that would remove the module from the equation. Potentially. So we've made quite a bit of progress, really, if you think about it. So we found a short on the power switch. We had a bad output transistor. So both of those we've sorted. So it's only a matter of time, but I think the problem now exists in the module, but it'd be nice to prove that, wouldn't it, rather than just go in gung-ho and rip it out and fix it. But, you know, that's what I normally do, just go for the module. Go for the module. Right, let me have a think. Power supply to the module is... So that is got to be the ground. The module is here. Let me have a think. Let me have a think and a look at the schematic. So let's go to the schematic, see how we can isolate this module. So here's our module. So it's connected just having a look to see so really our amplifier is from here onwards. This is our volume control RV1. So I could lift C16. That would isolate everything that way. But I'd have to remove pin 18 from the IF amplifier to remove that out of the system. Which one is pin 18 though? Let's bring the chat up, see what the verdict is. Pin 18, yeah, that's what I was thinking, Steve. That does look, I mean, that comes through the VHF switch though. So that flicking across switches VHF on. Somewhere I've got the, let me get my book a minute. I've got the pinouts of that. Look at C15 where it connects. Where is C15? Yeah. C15 is across the VHF switch and ground. So if I pulled C15, would that isolate? Let me just... Micro cracks in the PCB. Yeah. Okay, so the positive supply is on pin 13 according to my book here. And we've got a ground on pin 10, we've got a ground on pin 4. Signal is input on pin 1. AM output is pin 14. So the positive supply is pin 13 and the ground is pin 10. But this is upside down, so let me have a think here. Which way round is that? So we've got 3 at the bottom. Two at the top. So I'm looking at it, that's the signal input. Tier 1 collector. The problem is both of these have got 5 wires. This is the ones that aren't connected, I think. So they're not connected. So that must mean these ones up here. So if I disconnect these pins, Thomas aim at positive supplies. That can't be positive there because that is off of the ground from the wiper. So that's got to be ground. That's that one, I reckon. Just got to get my pinouts going here. Let's get Frankie in a minute, because this is Frankie has no module. AM output positive. Purple. Okay, so let me get me bearings. Where are we? We're that way round. There's our module. That's our right hand wires. So the positive supply is the second one down, and the ground is the last one. Yeah, I'm sort of confusing myself here because I'm looking at it upside down here. So it's that way up. That is definitely the right hand one. So we've got AM output, purple, positive supply, bear with me. Backwards ground. Oh, my knobs come off. Yes. So the positive supply has got to come in on one of those pins. Let me find the positive a minute. If I can pull the positive out, then we got a chance. We got a chance. Yes, it is negative. This is where I'm getting confused, Steve, because I'm looking at the second pin down, which is connected to the ground. But that is actually the positive. Backwards. So I'm going to disconnect that one because that is the supply to the module. I think the module's dragging it down personally, but we shall see. Okay, that is the supply to the module as far as I'm aware. And the last pin there is the ground. So if I disconnect both of those two, the module has no power. Right, fire in the hole. That was the last one, wasn't it? Last pin, yeah. And that is that one. So in theory, the module should have no power now, so we'll have no effect on the... It might be shorted on the output though. But we have no power going to the module, so will this do anything now? On your drawing it looks at R11 as a permanent short across it. Yeah. It's sort of in series with R10, isn't it? R11, but it is this could be an issue. Pin 18 is the corner of the module at the bottom and your middle, it is not near the top panel. So I've just disconnected what I think is the positive and negative from the module, Steve. So really we've got no power to the module now. So let's turn that on. It's not altered our current draw. Let's pop the signal into it again. See if anything comes out this time. So I'm getting noise out of the amplifier now, but I'm not getting my signal. Still drawing 40 milliamps, so still a bit high. Where's my TR1 gone? So if I touch the amplifier with a screwdriver, with a center pin there, no. Yeah, I am getting a noise, so that would indicate that the amplifier is now working. Let's try this in a minute. Why? Maybe I need a bigger signal in it, but don't overload it because I'll burn me potentiometer out. It's not playing ball, is it? I have got noise in the amplifier now. So if I touch a screwdriver to the center, I have got a bit of noise, so I've still got an issue in that module, I think. Let me disconnect some more wires from the module. So what did I disconnect? I disconnected the power to it, but there could still be something shorting inside it. So AFC is also on that line. It's pin 12 on this, but that's just how I'm looking at it. I've drawn it differently than they've got it on their things. So AFC is that top one there. So that is the one that connects up to the top. So if we disconnect that, that's disconnected the module. Try that. No. Why can't I get a tone through the radio then? Do I need to be connected? I can't understand why I can't get the AF tone through the radio. Bizarre. So the module's virtually disconnected now. I've only got 3 wires on the input side to desolder, and it's out of circuit. Andrew Ausfa said something and he's gone again. Do you have a known good module you can swap? No, the idea is to do this one, Doug. I've got a test set here for the module. So that blue wire's got to go to the center pin. What's up, Andrew? Have you got a solution for me? He's probably going to tell me to stay away from it, step away from it, I suspect. I think we're at the stage where it is the module, because it's getting no signal. I'm trying to put a signal in it with my signal generator, but that's not working for some reason. Although it was working, but it's not now. Is this a 009R Stribor? Robert, it's a Roberts R600, straight in the bin. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Andrew. Got to agree with you in a way. Just getting nothing on the amplifier at all for some reason. I mean, I'm getting noise on the amplifier now. I mean, if I put my hand on the board, you can hear that the amplifier is working. It's time to take the module out. Let's not ass about anymore. Let's get it out. It's got to come out. It's got to be refurbed. I'm sure somehow the module's dragging it down. I could disconnect all of the pins from it. Could disconnect all these, look. But it's actually connected to ground, etc., underneath the board as well. Wrong pin. Something somewhere is dragging the signal to ground. It's not shorting the radio as such, it's just shorting the signal to ground. It's got to be the module, surely. Come on. Tell you what, this is not wanting to play ball today. It just doesn't want to play at all. Come on, you know you want to come out, module. You know you're not going to stay in there. So there's no point fighting me. Just getting the module wires off the moment, the ones that come up from the module on these silly little pins that Roberts decided were a good idea at the time. A little bit of capacitor leg, and away you go. Although these radios do sound quite good, they're horrible to work on, and it's not a great design really. But I do like them though, I must admit. I don't mind them. I like a challenge. So that's the pins off there. Let's see if that's made any difference. See if that's dragging it down. No, it's not those. We've certainly got some amplifier action now anyway, which we didn't have before. Time to get it out. No more messing about. It's coming out. It's coming out whether it likes it or not. How are we doing for time? That clock's wrong. 16:27. It's not 16, it's 17:27. Let's get the module out. Get it refurbed. Get it back in. The problem is a lot of the pins that connect to the module are actually underneath this this switch bank, so you can't get at them to do anything unless you take the switch bank out. And to get the switch bank out, you've got to take the front plate off. You've got to, oh, there's loads of nastiness involved. Got to pull the knobs off, and that one, my hand isn't good enough to get that one off at the moment. Come on. Got it. Plastic trims. What do you think about the wireless for the blind transfer then? Should that be left on as part of the radio's history? I mean, I personally think it ought to be, really, but I suppose it's down to the new owner whether he wants it left on or not. Let's get rid of the speaker off the bench before I thumb it. Trying to extract the mogul. R800. R800's it's fairly straightforward, Steve. I've got one here somewhere. That's the one with the old plastic speaker, isn't it? Nasty, nasty. Right, so we've got to disconnect the headphone jack in order to take the top panel off. So the module's coming out, I've decided. No more pussyfooting around. The amplifier obviously doesn't like a poorly module, despite me disconnecting it. Right, that's that side done. Also got to disconnect the FM aerial socket. Just need a decent soldering on for that. So now the top panel should come off. There we are. And a very nice one it is as well. Next up we've got 2 screws. think there's nice little brass spacers underneath, just to make it even more exciting to get back on again. Okay, switch bank wobbly wobbly. This is where the fun bit begins. I can sometimes get away with not disconnecting all the wires here, but it's just as easy to get rid of them all. It's a proper old rat's nest of wire, this. This desoldering tool helps a lot because these traces are pretty fragile. Just to complicate matters. That one can just come out from underneath there. Well, getting loosey. It's getting loose. Right, let's get the rest of them off. Let's have it on out. To be fair, once you've done probably about 8 of these, they get a lot easier. But, as I say, not really recommended to try and do one. I'm being a bit haphazard taking these out because I've got loads of pictures of these, so I can pretty much work out where all the wires go back fairly easily, but you do need to take a lot of pictures for these. Careful. Come on out. Okay. Okay. Get out. Get out. Let's get the rest of the wires off, let's not mess about. Hopefully you can see what I'm up to here. Hopefully you can. Just really disconnecting everything off of this module is the name of the game at the moment. Actually, yeah, that's got to come off. It's easier to take them all off. The R707 is a bit easier because you haven't got that damn slot thing. Now that comes up through there and joins around there, so it's that one off. We've got horrible grey wire in there which loves to lift that little trace, and a whitey there. And he's coming out. He's coming out. Well, the switch bank's coming out anyway, not the module yet. Switch bank out. So we've got our module wires, the little tiny ones. Let's get you in a bit closer. So we're in module territory now. Oh dear. Leave the blind marker, it'd be nice to make a few copies. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, leave it on, definitely on. Definitely not. I do like a challenge, you know that. You know, I'm a glutton for punishment, I think, is the word for it. Glutton for punishment. So we've got all these little tiny wires here now, which are the wires that connect to the switch bank. They've got to come off. I haven't even got a tub for this one. I'm being a bit lax, am I? Spent too much time messing with the amplifier, really. I think the amplifier is good now. After we sorted the short, etc. So they got to come off. Two to be bent up there. They're all ready to go. So that one's soldered. So it does help to have this desoldering tool if you're doing one of these, if you're brave, if you're feeling lucky. Okay, we're nearly there. I can feel module movement. I can feel module movement. There he is. The dreaded LP1171. And she's out. That was easy, wasn't it? That was easy. So let's have a look what we got inside this one. I'm not going to have time to do this one today, I don't think, but I can possibly leave it till next Sunday and carry on with it. Or I can do it in the week. But let's have a look inside him. Right, it's tricky to get these apart without lifting the pads, but we'll have a go. But first, it's time to get rid of more beer, or more juice, because it's not beer, is it? It's alcohol-free stuff. It's not the same. It just ain't the same. Oh, I'm supposed to have got rid of this by now. Right. Time for a look inside, and we can test him out on Frankie. We'll test the module on Frankie, see if he's good or not. Never know, the module might be fine. You've got Echo with motorized tuning coming at Goborn. Hell. Are you going to go, Ben, are you? Too far up for me, unfortunately. Right, onwards. Let's see what's inside him. Stuff is really falling on the floor today. Right, so what we need to do is just heat this one and prise him off. And then just put a little tiny bit of heat just on the pin, not the pad, and lift that one out. It's caught on that one. Because that pad there is connected to nothing. If you put any heat on that, it will just come off. And lo and behold, we have two AF 115s and one AF 116. So let's have a look, see if that's shorted now. Which one's ground, I wonder? Never tell on these because they're so close to the board you can't really see the pin out on them. Listen, I'll drop my eyes on the floor. Price of fuel, yeah, tell us about it, Doug. They've done, the government have reduced duty on fuel, I think, to help out, but still expensive. So the ground is that one on that transistor. I'm just trying to see if I can find a ground point. And then we can see if we've got so that's obviously ground there. Let's see if we've got shorts. Well, we're going to have, aren't we? I'll be very surprised if this is actually working. So let's pop it on. Resistance, I'm going to go with a ground point. I'm going to touch the legs of these transistors and we'll see if any of them are badly shorted. They must be, they gotta be. So this is the first one then. So we've got a connection there. I think that is the shield wire there. So this is the collector. Yeah, and the base. So shorts on all of that transistor. Let's try this next one. So which is the shield on that? It doesn't really matter. Let's try it to the ground. Yeah. 3K. One of these should be a dead short. That's the shield wire. That's the base, and that's the emitter. So yeah, there's shorts on all. Let's not mess about. The shorts on all of them. We can test it on Frankie a minute. Let's get Frankie over. So this is Frankie, the ugliest radio. Frankie was never pretty, was he? This is Frankie, my R600 test set. I do need to swap this one into another chassis, really. Well, not another chassis. I need to rebuild this into another radio, because this one is pretty much at it now. The switch bank doesn't really stay down very well. I mean, it's an old sort of scrapper, really. You can see it's pretty beat up. And I've taken the module out and replaced it with a load of test leads. So the idea is you can connect a module up once you've done it, and see if it works. I've disconnected the lead, so I need to get my other leads up to connect it, which is this one. So this will tell us whether the module's working or not. And I've got my little book of words here. I've got all the pinouts for it. I spent a lot of time gearing up to do this job, really, which is one of the reasons I find it easier than most, because this sort of kit helps a lot. Right, so we're going to connect this one up. So we've got a bank of 2 at the top. And the component side. One, two, three, 2, not connected, not connected. That's right, okay. So let's connect this module up. AM output, positive supply. AFC. FM output and ground. It's one side hooked up. And the other side, we've got positive supply. Collector of TR1. Ground. Okay, there we are, all connected up, ready to go on the tester. Let's just pop the power into it. Center pin positive. Let's move it that way a bit. Oh, watch out, Mr. Bureau. So as you hear, so I've got a dodgy switch in this one. Oh, is he working? It is working. Oh. It certainly is. Bit of Spice Girls.
It is a proud day.
See, but it pulled me in until I was complete.
drawing a bit too much current, really. It's kicking my current limit in.
And agencies who counsel the president and can...
Long wave. That don't sound too healthy. No, it just died. No.
Closely and based like a soul plan. And the more we glisten, the more we learn. Our ears help us find better solutions. And things can change from this to something a little more like this. The new Honda Jazz is a hybrid. Honda, the power of dreams.
Booking a hotel can be a bit of a hassle. The fake reviews, the endless options.
I mean, that's potentially just picking up interference because it's not in a can. Yeah. Well, strangely enough, that module is working. So there's something else on the radio that's killing it. Feel them. Have you got a transistor feeling fetish? Or are we going? As Ben saying, did anyone else bid on the online auction? You bids on about 7 things and missed out on all of them by about £50 to £10, well, £5 to £10 mostly. I didn't bid on anything, to be fair, Ben. There was some nice stuff on there, but the problem is I've got so far to travel to pick it up. Even the closest collection point to me, I think, was Devices over in Wiltshire. It's a long way for me. So this module does need doing, but it is working, which is confusing, isn't it? So somewhere we've got something else wrong with this radio. I mean, we've had all of the transistors out of it. It's much easier to see now, though, isn't it? It's much easier to get to everything now that that module's out of the way. I mean, we've got the FM front end. There's very rarely anything ever goes wrong with this. So you never really need to touch this. The only thing I've had in the past is that people have unscrewed these little... they've been in there with a screwdriver in these 4, which if you're doing an alignment, yes, but if you do it too much, you actually unscrew them from the board and they drop out. So don't touch those unless you absolutely got to. This one is a mystery. I'd never know what that one's for. It's not listed on the diagram, I don't think. I think there's some more. There's another one in underneath here somewhere, I think. With a couple underneath that. I think there's a first IF is in there, but I'm not sure. That might be on the R707. These are very similar, but different modules. So yeah, it's a case of going through the radio now, just checking everything else out. These have got to come out, so let's get these out anyway. Let's get these out a minute. Try the amp from the volume control now. Could do, Steve. I was just going to pop these out a minute, but let me just pop these out then, and we'll pop the power back on and see if anything happens. I mean, it's unlikely that anything will work now that our module's out. But you never know. So I'm just taking the transistors out. Transistors are, you can either, if it's your own radio, just zap them and put them back in. This one's going to be sold, so I've got to replace them with something. Certainly won't be silicone. It's too risky inside a module like this, because once you've done it, you do not want to be pulling it back out again for anything or anyone. Once it's done, you've got to make sure it's 100% done before it goes back in that radio. That's the beauty of the test set, really. Once I've done this module, put it on the test set. If it works, that's it. You don't need to take it out anymore. If it's still not working, the fault is elsewhere. It's not on the module. Right, I'm just going to pop these transistors out. I'm going to put a little mark on the board as to which one's which. Well, not which one's which. I will mark them going from the left here. Put a 1 on that one, 2, and a 3. I just want to mark what the pinouts are on the base of them. Just makes it a lot easier. I have photographed it and I've got a little plan of how to do it, but it's another thing I've got to get out and get up on the computer. So if I mark it on the board, so it's collectors there, shield, base, emitter. So that's the shield down there. You don't really need to mark the shield, but I do put the shields back in because they are obviously shielding the RF, aren't they? Doesn't probably need it, but next one. So this one's collector there. So collector, shield, base, emitter. Is that a one? And this one. So difficult to get in here. Collector, shield, base, emitter. Yeah, it does help writing that on the board, so I now know where all the wires go back, and that's our 3, well, AF11 series transistors. I don't want to put silicone in there, Steve, because it's a module, and if it don't work and it needs rebiasing and I've already put it back in, then I won't be a happy bunny. So let's have a look at these. Now they're out. Let's see. It did work. It did work. I mean, you could hear the shorts as I was tapping it, but let's have a look. See what's what. Oh, how not to treat an expensive Keysight multimeter. Right. Let's have a look then. So we should remain OL for all of these. So collector, 50 ohms. So that's almost a dead short to collector on this one. Base, 490 ohms, and emitter. Oh. Emitter. That's got a short, but it's not great. So that one's had it. That's number 1, which was an AF115. AF116. Now these tend to be a bit more reliable. This is one that was in the middle. These tend to be a bit more reliable. So see this one. Okay, this is collector to shield. 900 ohms in it. 900k. Definitely got a connection there. Base. Nothing to the... Oh yeah, there is something to the base. Mega ohms though, but still it is a connection. And the emitter. So that one's not too bad, but it has got shorts, but they're not high or low resistance, isn't it? They're high resistance. So let's try this one. This is another AF115. So collector. Hang on. Collector. 61 ohms, almost a dead short. Base. 490 ohms, and emitter. Mega ohms. So all three of those have had it. They've all got shorts. Yeah, have a look, Steve. It's just such a pain in the ass getting the module out in the first place, isn't it? It's a pain. It is a pain. Zapping. If it was my radio, I think I'd just zap it. To be fair, Robert, save having to put new transistors in it. But it's going to be sold on, so I'll probably just chuck 3 AF115s in it. Sorry, 125s or 127s. Depends what I got the most of, really. I could stick GT322Bs in it, or Vs. But I've had a couple problems with those recently that makes me not want to put them in a module where I can't get at them. So what have we got here? What's this? Rather grotty looking AF125s. It's 124s, I think. Oh no, 127s, but they're hermetically sealed, so I don't want to undo those. 2 AF125s there. Suspect AF127s, we don't want to put those in. 124s. 125s. I think it's going to be 125s that are going in here. It's got 125s in here as well. They're all pretty much the same. Why they bothered messing about 125s, 126s? You never find a 127 in these modules, I must admit. Although when I first started repairing them, I put 127s in them all and they were fine. Let's find another AF125. What have we got there? 125. See what these are like. So I'm going to stick 3 AF125s in it. want to make sure none of these are really low gain, although they don't need to be high gain really. You just got to mess about and give them a bit of an alignment. Now, what have I done with my transistor tester now? It's right here. Wayne, how you doing, mate? When you guys say zap it, what do you mean, and why would you choose to do it? It's a phenomenon known as tin whiskers, Wayne. And what happens is with these, they've got a shield wire in them, which is a ground wire, which is connected to the metal can of the transistor. And what happens is that the inside of the can starts to grow microscopic crystals, they call them tin whiskers. It's like microscopic metal particles start growing out from the inside of the can, and eventually they reach the transistor junctions and short them out. And by passing current through between the junctions and the shield, it zaps them off. It burns them away, basically. So you're putting current through the transistor to burn them off. It's got to be done in a specific way. Is the gain? I don't think it is, Doug. It's as long as you've got a half decent gain. I mean, if you've got something, I mean, I wouldn't try and stick nothing below 100 HFE in there. But as long as it's in spec. I'll tell you, let me just see if I can get you something to read up on a minute, Wayne, because if you're interested, this is great, which is Mark Hennessy's excellent guide to old vintage transistors. So if we go to electronics, let's just go to the screen a minute. So this is markhennessy.co.uk, and where's his thing on? Is it DIY or is it articles? Op amps. Here we go. Transistors in vintage radios. Here we go. So this is the URL you need. So if I copy that and paste it into the chat. And welcome, by the way, Wayne. And good luck with your new enterprise, mate, as well. It's normally done on the bench supply, but you can do it with some 9-volt batteries in series. You can connect up, say I don't know, you can connect up 6 to give you 50 odd volts. So this talks about the AF11X problem, and that is what these transistors are here. So they're introduced in the early 60s, and so there is a NASA article on it, and there is some very good pictures of these little tin whiskers. So again, I can put that in the chat. It only happens with this particular can, although yeah, it does tend to be with this type of metal can. Although we are finding some of the output transistors are causing the same problem as well. So if we go back to Mark's article, it's there's a big thing here on how to deal with the AF11X transistors. So he's on about number 4 is removing the transistor and treating it. So that's basically what you would do. You can just cut the screen off of it, but you don't really want to do that when you've got something like this module, which is a pain in the ass to get out. You do not want to be able to take that back out again. You want to do it and forget it. So you can fit it with an equivalent, which is what we're going to do now. So any of the AF12 series. So I'm going to put an AF125s back in place of this. So that's the difference in size between the two. Cut the screen lead, treat the transistor. So this is basically what the whole process. How removing it, connect the base collector and emitter leads together, and then you're basically going to pass current through the transistor via the shield wire. And he gives a good example of it here. If you look back through my videos, you'll see me do this numerous times. I've done it hundreds of times on videos. So if you want to see a demo of it, look back through some of my videos, you'll find it for sure. I think the very first video I did on the R707, I zapped it and showed how to do it. So yeah, you basically connect the base collector and emitter together, solder them to one end of a capacitor, and leave the shield wire free. You then connect up. You need to make sure you connect it up the correct way around, so you can see the black is going to the negative side of the transistor and the red's going to the positive. You switch on your bench meter. Where's it go? Bench power supply, and you just momentarily touch that to the capacitor lead, and that blows away the tin whiskers inside. It does sometimes destroy the junction in there, but you've got to test them afterwards to make sure. I've had sort of probably 70% success rate zapping them. So it's up to you what voltage you do it at. I do it around about 50 volts. You can do it on a lot less. But that's the whole process, and that's the process that I follow to the letter, really. So there you are. Definitely. You need to do the capacitors as well, because people don't do those, and I've known a few people have had to pull them back apart again to get the capacitors out. So there you go, Wayne. No worries, mate. Let's have a look at these new ones then. So these are AF125, new old stock. You can still buy them. They are expensive now. You used to be able to get them for about £2.50 each, but they're more like £5 odd each now. Crazy money. So let's connect it up to the tester. We obviously don't want to connect the shield wire. So that one's immediately showing us a Zener diode. Now, why is that? Have I connected it the wrong way round? Have I not got a decent clean lead? Let's try that again. I'm just giving them a jiggle. That one's saying it's a Zener diode. Is that because I'm connected to the shield wire? I think I'm connected to the shield wire. Let's try that again. There we go. So that one's okay. Just so I connected up to the shield wire. It's the first lead on this one. HFE 116. Let's see what the leakage is. Virtually nil leakage. Next one. Let's try connecting it correctly this time. So collector's there. And these are difficult to put in these because of their lead out. 116 again. Well, it must be the same batch. Is this one going to be 116? That'd be a bit of a coincidence. This one looks slightly different. $55. So yeah, that one ain't great, to be fair. Let me just give the old legs a bit of a scrape a minute, because they are new old stocks. Try that again. Yeah, 57. So let's get a shot of that one and put, I mean, it'll work in circuit, but I'm not going to risk it in a module. Although I will be testing it before I put it back in, of course. So I've got that little bit of an advantage. Let's get another one. Let's try this one. So we're really looking at an HFE of 100. That one would have worked, but let's not risk it. $74. So this is the problem. You can get them fobbing you off with low HFE transistors. Now I did have this with a batch and I complained and they sent me some new ones and they were much better. So if you do get a batch and you test them and they're not great, just send them back, because they're just giving you the rubbish really and keeping the good stuff. You know, the sellers are even now putting the gains on the things when they're selling them, and the higher the gain, the more price they ask for them. Let's try this one. 114, there you go. I'm happier with that. No worries as. MC. What's the difference between the square R-badge version and centered Roberts badge version of the R600? I went through that at the start, MC. It's basically, there's nothing really electronically different as such. It's got a different switch bank in it. This is the newer version with the silver tops on. The older one hasn't got the silver tops. This is the one I showed earlier. So this is one of the older ones, and you see there's no silver tops on the buttons, but there is on that. There's no power supply hole in the back of the older ones, but there is on the newer ones. What else is different? Obviously the badge is different, and the grill is different as well. You've got a mesh grill or a striped grill on the newer ones. Apart from that, they're pretty much the same inside. There's not a lot of difference electronically between them at all, if any. Right, so that's our 3 that we're going to fit. I'm going to do that now, and then we're going to call it a day for today. We'll give it a test on Frankie next week, because I need to do the capacitors as well. Right, I've got to get my pinouts right. So again, I keep saying I must redo this. This is my little ready reckoner for the pinouts, but it is seen better days. But this is the pinout. So you've got shield, collector, emitter, base. The trick is getting it in the right order and not getting the legs crossing. So we've got, so in these we need collector, shield, base and emitter. So collector, shield, base and emitter, I believe. Yeah, okay. So the trick is trying to get these in. Collector, shield, base, come on, go on, without them pulling back out again. Base and emitter, there we go. That's our first one in. It's not soldered, but it's in. Next one. Be careful adding a power supply, because unless you've got a linear power supply, the radio is going to be pretty unusable because of the noise it's generated in a switch mode power supply. And also, if you haven't connected it upright, you run the risk of blowing the radio up. So collector, shield, base, emitter. Right. Collector, shield. Yeah, so definitely do not use a plug top supply for any vintage radios because they just haven't got the suppression in them, and it will make hell of a racket, and you'll think there's something wrong with the radio, and it's actually not. It's your rubbish power supply. So you need a linear one, so you've either got to buy a linear supply or you've got to make one yourself, because you can't really pick them off the shelves that easily. That's 2. And the last one, that's the legs around, so it's collector, shield, base, emitter. This is the trickiest one to get in. Shield. Got it. Got you, little monkey. And the other thing you've got to obviously try and avoid is crossing the legs over. So there we are. That's our 3 transistors all in the right way. Just got to solder them up now. And use a little bit of flux on these just to make sure that they're good joints. Just got a little bit of this liquid flux. Where's the other one? Again, the traces on these boards are absolutely shocking. Do not try and straighten these up once you put them in, because you'll just lift the traces. They're very badly bonded to the board. Very badly bonded. There we go. That's all of them done. So again, very careful when you're snipping off the leads, because if you don't snip them in one go, you can lift the trace. Nice sharp cutters. So there we are. 3 new transistors in there. I was saying the legs are all twisted, they're not straight, but that is good to go. Shall we try it on Frankie a minute? I think we got time. Let's just try it quickly on Frankie. I obviously haven't done the capacitors, but they should be okay. Just better make sure that we haven't got any howlers on there that are going to take out one of my brand new transistors. So let me just have a quick look, make sure there's no nasties on there. Oh, straight away 5.6 ESR, that's not good. That one, not too bad. That one, oh dear, 5.4. These are not good. You can hear the noise that it makes. If it makes a noise, you know it ain't good. Just one ping is not great, but not really bad. Yeah. So there's 2 on there that are quite bad. That's this one here Hear that noise? That means no touchy. And this one, yeah, so both of those are knackered. Both 10 microfarads at 16 volts. Let me have a think. How are we doing for time? I passed, yeah. I'm sort of past my bedtime, aren't I, really? But let's pop those two out a minute while we're at it. And that's negative there. So those two are bad. Because I can smell my tea. They are both 10 at 16, aren't they? Yeah, okay. Don't take 2 seconds to put these in, they're pretty straightforward. That one and the other one. There's only 5 caps on this board and they all need doing, but I just want to do these for a quick test, that's all. Right, that's those 2 dodgy ones done. I don't know what they'll measure actually out of circuit. They'll probably be fine now. They're supposed to be 10 microfarads. 13, 7.3 ohms. Knackered. This one. It's a bit better out of circuit, 4.1 ohms, but still not great. Right, okay, try again. Let's get Frankie. Frankie's in the house. Here he is. Those that just joined, Frankie is my my test set for testing modules. So it's an old scrap R600 that I've taken the module out and hot wired. So all these wires go to the module normally. This thing. It looks scary, but it's not as scary as it actually looks. Right. Just got to get my little book out to tell me which way round it all goes. Yeah, is there a formula that you can use, Steve, to work out what the bias should be? I take it you'd need the data sheet for the transistor. Right, okay, let's hook this up. Let's get this done. And let's hope it still works. It wouldn't be the first time I've done one of these and put it back together and it don't work. They're very, very finicky device. It's no wonder they wouldn't let dealers repair them. They insisted they were sent back to Roberts for repair. So there's labels all over them saying that they're not to be touched, basically. This is the label that comes on it. It says, important under no circumstances should any attempt be made to service this module. In the event of failure, please return it to us for replacement. So, where are we? Can you see that? So, yeah, there you are. Official from Roberts. No touchy. No touchy. I think that was back in the day, wasn't it? So basically, you would just send this in for repair, wouldn't you? And it would come back with a nice new module. And probably not that big a bill, but these days it costs a fortune because it's such a hassle and we're not geared up for it. So I do repair modules. I can do you an exchange module. Right. It's surprising, isn't it, that that other module worked with the worked with such bad shorts on the transistors. Here we go then. Let's go FM.
To make sure they have the experience your job needs. Start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
Some call him dangerous.
I'm famous for saving the day just in the nick of time.
Some call him Dougie.
Yes.
Did you just... How peculiar.
That man.
According to Simon Leeds. Hi, AA.
This radio is pretty knackered. I do need to change this one, really.
Pie is shrinking rather than growing. Do you think that studying game theory and studying economics helps us to...
I need to scrap another one, really.
Listening to Jealous Guy ran off the bus.
Long wave and medium wave is absolutely no use at all in here at the moment with this outside of its can. But there you go, it's working fine. Oh, well, not quite done. I've just got to replace the other capacitors. There's only another 3 to do. And that one can go back in the radio. In the meantime, I'm going to crack on and get that recapped. And perhaps we can look at that next Sunday. I don't know what your thoughts are, whether you want to carry on with this one. I'm in no urgent rush. It depends what the customer says, really, as to how soon he wants it done. But there you are. One Roberts module with AF125s fitted. So just got to do the other 3 caps and then that one's done. You don't have to put axials in either. Normal radials are fit. They do sound very good, MC. That's part of the thing. They're that's part of the draw for them, really. They've got a lovely tone compared to this modern tinny stuff. They're made in wooden cabinets. They've got a decent decent bass to them. But there you are. That's the module ready to, well, not quite ready, but nearly ready to go back in its can and back in the radio. There is other issues with the radio, but that will be sorted. Whew. I can smell my tea cooking. Oh, it's gone dark again. I need to lighten the camera up. There we are. So, hope you've enjoyed that today. Bit of fault finding, bit of module work. Gavin, how you doing, mate? Thinks I've voided the warranty. You use trial and error, Steve, but hopefully you'll come up with something. Yeah, I think rebiasing is a dark art, I think. I'm sure it can be done with a bit of maths, etc. But like Steve said, maybe a bit of trial and error. It gets dark about 7:30. Yeah, of course the clocks have gone forward, haven't they? Thanks, Theo. Yeah, no worries, Derek. We'll get it cracking on again for next week then. I have got quite a few videos in the pipeline actually ready to be released, so I've got to really get myself sorted. I've got 2 or 3 people have asked to sponsor stuff, but I've only gone with one so far, and I've not done any videos for them yet, so I really ought to. Cheers, Derek. So again, thanks very much for the super chats and for the tips today. Much appreciated. And thanks again to my patrons. No new patrons at the moment, so if you do want to see what's going on in the week, then look me up on Patreon. And I will catch you next Sunday, because my tea is smelling rather nice down there. Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, Gavin. Cheers all. Have a good one, and stay safe, etc. And I'll see you next week. So bye for now.